today, and we as the TESOL Greece Board thank you for your support. We'd also like to mention the sponsors, Goethe Institute for their hospitality, our gold sponsor Europalso, Burlington Books, New York College, the British Council Athens, South Athens, Educational and Training Consultants, Express Publishing, People's Cert, Oxford University Press, TESOL International, IST College, DERE, the American College of Greece. We'd like to also thank our advertisers and all the people who have exhibitions upstairs. Please make it a point to visit the exhibition today. Make it a point to be here at 12:45 because we're going to have our annual General Assembly where we need to elect next year's board. Ioana, our Vice Chair, will introduce our very special plenary speaker this morning.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome from me also on this very nice day, sunny. Well, it is a great pleasure at TESOL Greece every year that we get to have presentations by great contributors to the ELT field. One of them has been, and it has had a massive influence and still has, from her also position of Vice Chair via TEFL, Vice President. You have your programs, as I always say, so you can read about it, but I don't want to take any more time. I will introduce to you Carol Reid, kindly sponsored by the British Council. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Joanna, and good morning, everybody, and welcome to this session. And first of all, congratulations for getting here with the marathon. You know, it's brilliant. About half an hour ago, I thought there would only be 4 of us, and we would go and have a cup of coffee instead of actually doing a plenary session. And my topic with you this morning, reflections on how to be a highly effective teacher in revolutionary times. Okay, that kind of revolutionary thing that we are evolving at revolutionary pace, and we have to keep up at our peril. And actually my focus of what I'm going to be talking about this morning is not so much on the kind of techniques and technical professionalism of the classroom. What I want us to be focusing on more is the kind of attitudes, beliefs, traits in a teacher that make us the most highly effective possible. And I would like to start my session this morning with you with a little story. And the story you can see here, this is a kitchen and a kitchen sink. And the story is about a woman, a middle-aged woman, in her flat, and her tap in her kitchen sink doesn't work. And she has lots of initiative, and down she gets into the cupboard, fiddling around with the taps and the tubes. And at the end she feels, actually, I can't do this. I have to call a plumber. So she phones up the plumber, and along he comes with his plumbing bag and his blue overalls, and he bends down, looks at the tap, and he opens his bag, and he takes out a little hammer. And under he goes, tap, 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 and it starts working. And the woman is absolutely delighted. And the plumber gives her his bill. Exactly. And it costs £50. £50. She is absolutely outraged, completely furious. And she asks the plumber for a more detailed invoice. And this is what he gives her. And isn't that true for us as professionals? That actually over time and through the kind of competence and experience that we build up, we learn to know where to tap. And I would like you just, with the people next to you, just to take 30 seconds or so to think about what are the sources for you of learning where to tap. How is it, and what is it through that you build up your experience and competence and professionalism? For example, through reading. What other things? Take 30 seconds to chat in Greek, English, or any language that you like with the people next to you. Okay, fantastic. Time's up. Time's up. And if you don't mind, I use my little tambourine, which I also use with my children. And when they hear the tambourine, they know that we come back together. Okay, would you like to just call out a few things? Any order, just call them out. Okay, absolutely, observations. Observing. What else? Share, exactly, workshops, seminars, sharing experiences. Absolutely. Okay, so all these things. Conferences, of course, that's the first one for us to mention this morning. Courses, our experience, of course, social media, colleagues, okay, internet, action research, and I'm sure you may have thought of other things as well. And actually, at one point, as got mentioned yesterday, we have this kind of input from all these sources, and we build up our experience, and hopefully we are also engaged in a reflective cycle. Reflective cycle, something that is very familiar to many of you. There are many different models. We could look at Schoen, we could look at Tom Farrell, we could look at Donald Freeman. Actually, one that I particularly like because it was what started me on the road as a primary teacher in the first place is this one from Andrew Pollard, which this is obviously the updated edition. But through reflective practice, we become better and more competent teachers. And I think we have to see reflective cycles as something that is successive. It's a series of successive cycles. It is also a dynamic process. And it's a process that is to do with us making creative insights from all the input we get through reading, conferences, courses, all the rest of it, and through actually having systematic curiosity about the gap that exists between what happens in our classroom and what we would like to happen. So it is to do with research, but it's grounded research. It's research that is to do with our own actions, behavior, performance, everything in the classroom, not necessarily academically valid research. And of course, if we engage in this kind of reflective cycle, which actually we do naturally anyway, even if only formally when we're on a kind of teacher education course, we go through various stages of developing competence. And this model, which comes from the last century, and I'm sure is familiar to some of you, but I think it's a very useful way of situating where we are as teachers. And so to start with, it helps if you press the right button. Unconscious incompetence. So this, if you like, is a kind of state of blissful ignorance. In a way, you're not even aware of the skills you need to do it. For example, someone who thinks, they love children and walks into a class of 33-year-olds and is not even aware of what they need. So the unconscious incompetence. The second level, where there's conscious incompetence, where we are aware, my goodness, there is this whole skill set that I need to learn. It's a kind of help, I really need this kind of stage. And moving on to conscious competence, a kind of stage where, yes, we can do it, but it's not automatic. We really need to think about what we're doing at every stage, and sometimes we can do it, and sometimes we can't. And the last stage, of course, stage 4, the unconscious incompetence stage. The kind of stage where you plan your lesson on the back of a metro ticket on the way to work, okay, and it's almost as automatic as riding a bicycle, going into your classes and teaching. And of course, there has been speculation about what a stage 5 might look like. What would you imagine a stage 5 might look at? Any guesses? Inspirational, absolutely. Okay, well, one suggestion has certainly been enlightened competence. But I'm afraid there's also another suggestion that we have to guard against quite a lot, and that is that stage 5 might be complacence. And I think we all know the case of teacher with 20 years experience. And that 20 years of experience has actually meant doing the same thing every year. I know we're not like that as teachers. You wouldn't be here on a Sunday morning if you were. And I certainly feel that after 30 years of teaching in the classroom, that actually it's important from time to time to step back and think about what it is that makes us really effective and successful. And before we look at that, I would just like us to briefly consider, just very quickly, some of the features of teaching in the 21st century. Okay, which are obvious, they're not rocket science, they've come up already several times at this conference. But first of all, knowledge and technology, that's a good one, isn't it? Okay, knowledge and technology explosion. We know that apparently knowledge was doubling at the rate of every 25 years after the Second World War. It's now been doubling every 12 months and apparently is due to double in every 12 hours. It's kind of extraordinary pace, and we need to keep up with it. And because of the need to keep up with it, there are also higher expectations that we should, as educators, we should be at the forefront of all of this. The second point, the status of the profession. I don't know about the Greek context, but in many contexts, teaching is a profession that doesn't have a particularly high status. It's not like being a doctor or a lawyer or an engineer. It's not perceived like that in society. And this is something that we as teachers are working against all the time. Think back to somebody like the book No Logo. Naomi Klein, sorry, I just couldn't bring her name there. Naomi Klein in No Logo. She says, societies pay for what they value. So we only have to think about teachers within that to know how they are regarded as a profession. So we have to be constantly asserting our professionalism. Public scrutiny and accountability. Again, I don't know about Greece, but I do know about the UK and I do know about Spain. And very often, teachers get the blame for a whole lot of things that are wrong in society, that have causes elsewhere, but there needs to be someone to blame. And the accountability factor is often provides a huge amount of stress and pressure on teachers. Perceptions about good teaching. Because you know something, the fact of the matter is, despite all our digital revolution and fast-moving changes, there is actually still quite a traditional and conservative view about what good teaching involves, mainly to do with compliant children sitting in rows and being filled up with knowledge by a teacher. And these perceptions are obviously still grounded there, and we're also very often still living in a situation where the design and geography and environment of our classrooms belongs to the 19th century, where our teachers have the mentality of the 20th century, and our learners, of course, are born mainly these days in the 21st century. So these perceptions which are changing. We also, of course, have the changing paradigm of teacher. Actually, this has been going on for many years, but in a way has come to more of a head recently with the move from the teacher as sage on the stage to guide on the side, and how to do that in the context of all these other things. And the last point there, the essential need for continuous development. Sorry, water break. Continuous development and learning. You know, I think when I started out as a teacher, you might choose to be involved in your own professional development in great detail, or you might not. But these days, it's actually no longer an option. We need to be, because of the way things are changing so fast. And of course, what we also see these days are changes in models of instruction, from this kind of traditional classroom model to this. And this is to do with the whole advent of learner management systems, the whole monetization of the education industry. Did we ever used to talk about education as an industry? And also the whole thing to do with actually software being able to replace teachers in certain jobs, but actually, you know, the sort of dull routine marking type of thing, which may be all very well, but are increasingly seen as perhaps not necessary at all. I mean, I know we made light of it yesterday. Would there be TESOL Greece next year? Of course there will be TESOL Greece next year. But if you read some people's blogs, if you read Philip Kerr that Jeremy mentioned yesterday, or you read Steve Krashen's blog, you will certainly get a strong sense of teacher as endangered species. And we also, of course, are living with changes in the semantics of educational discourse. I'm not going to go into this in a lot of detail, but I find it very interesting that the way the technology industry, if you like, has actually taken ownership of some of the vocabulary to do with teaching and teacher education that had quite different meanings in the past. You look at a word like personalization, for example. When I started out as a teacher 30 years ago, personalization meant interactions between students and teacher, peers and peers, interaction with another human being. Personalization these days refers to algorithms in software which is able to adapt the kind of exercises that you do on the computer to your exact level. Similarly, a word like interactive, oh, sorry, I slightly explained that wrong. Okay, interactive used to be to do with interaction between teacher and students, between human beings, and now tends to relate to interaction between the students and a device. So we're seeing those kind of changes as well. Similarly, autonomy, there are plenty of other words like that. And so what this has made me think, in the context of all these changes, actually, what is it? What are the fundamental, essential ingredients that we need to be effective teachers? And this has led me to devising my reflective teacher wheel, which includes 8 essential ingredients. And I'm going to kind of talk you through this wheel now. We're going to discuss some aspects of it and so on. And as a kind of global task for the session, I would like you to think, what would you add to this wheel? What would you take away from this wheel? This is very much my personal wheel. It's based mainly on experience, but also, of course, on reading and input from all kinds of different sources. So here is my first letter on my reflective teacher wheel, and it starts with M. Any guesses for what M might stand for? Oh, you're brilliant. Okay, absolutely brilliant. But no, it's a part of it, though. Any other ideas? Okay, fantastic, fantastic. Okay, so M in my wheel stands for mindset. It stands for mindset, and I would just like to briefly talk about 2 aspects of mindset. First of all, in relation to our mindset as teachers, and secondly, in relation to the mindsets of our learners. And the first thing to do with us as teachers, and to do with our own self-awareness and metacognition, and our development of our metacognitive skills. That John Hattie, as it came up yesterday in one of our panels, he believes that one of the beliefs, well, from his meta-analysis, evidence for, although that has been questioned, but anyway, that teachers who believe that they are agents of change in their classrooms, that they can bring about fundamental differences to the learning and lives of their students, are the ones who are most effective. And as teachers, we have choice about how we think about things, how we think about our job, how we think about our students, how we think about our institution, how we think about the curriculum that we have to follow, and so on. And actually, for us as teachers, it's important to take hold of that and to actually be reflective about our own thinking and attitudes and beliefs in the classroom. And of course, as you all just pointed out, when I mentioned the word M, this relates crucially to motivation. And motivation, for most of us, I think we immediately think of the work of Dornier, okay, on motivation, and this quotation that he quotes from William Arthur Ward: if you can imagine it, you can achieve it. If you can dream it, you can become it. In other words, we have choice over the kind of teacher that we are. And also, by the way, anyone who's familiar with NLP will see the relationship of this to the Walt Disney vision strategy. And I find it quite interesting that those 2 sources of talking about that, Dornier's empirical research and NLP, rather different, but they both actually say the same thing. And I would just like you to try this little task now of a teacher identity tree, and this is based on some materials, actually for students, that Jill Hadfield and Dornier have developed. And what I would like you to do now is to just, in your notebooks, could you just draw a tree with about 3 branches? And on the branches of your tree, just 3, okay, because we don't have much time, I would like you to write 3 adjectives, okay? Well, they don't have to be adjectives, but they probably are going to be adjectives, of the kind of teacher that you aspire to be. So maybe creative, flexible. You decide. Just 3. Off you go. I'm giving you about 15 seconds. Okay, would you like to just show your tree to the person next to you? Compare the adjectives you've put. Oh gosh. Okay, fantastic. What your homework is from this session I'm not going to take feedback from this, but your homework for this session, when you're going home on the metro after the marathon, draw more branches on that tree and write the kind of teacher you would like to be and have a look at it before you go into class on Monday morning, okay? And believe in yourself and believe in it. Because of course, the kinds of mindsets, values, principles and beliefs that we have are all the things under the iceberg, under the volcano, if you like. And these kind of beliefs and choices that we make in terms of what we can achieve as teachers actually produce the kind of habits and behaviors that we use in the classroom with our children. And this little anonymous poem shows it quite vividly, I think. So it's watch your thoughts, for they become words. Watch your Absolutely. Okay. So that's it's at quite a populist level, I agree. But actually, if you want to dig deeper, there are important psychological foundations here. And I think the real message is take a grip of our own metacognition. Very often, we're focusing on developing our students' metacognitive skills. Let's look at our own. Now, thinking about mindsets in relation to our students, I'm thinking of the kind of critical mindset we want to develop in our students, the kind of creative mindset we want to develop. But above all, I'm thinking of this. I'm thinking of developing in our students a growth mindset rather than a fixed mindset. Now, as many of you in the audience will know, I'm sure, this is based on the work of Professor Carol Dweck at Stanford University. And Professor Dweck's research relates to how people respond in the face of setbacks. And what she has found is that people who have a particular mindset respond to failure by giving up, whereas others are willing to persist. So for Carol Dweck, and again, just go and Google this if you're interested in following up, because we have to be very brief now. A fixed mindset is to do with the kind of belief that your intelligence and your talents are fixed. There's something that you've got or haven't got. This means that when you make a mistake, this is because you don't have enough intelligence or talents. You're not good enough, so you give up. It's a kind of helpless-oriented attitude towards learning. You can't do it, you give up. You don't try. And this contrasts with a growth mindset where you have an implicit idea that actually your intelligence is something that is flexible and depends on your effort. And so mistakes are challenges that you think, actually, this is because I haven't been working hard enough, I haven't been making the right kind of effort. And if you like, as opposed to helpless-oriented, it is mastery-oriented. In other words, that challenges become opportunities to try harder and to succeed. And what Carol Dweck says is that these mindsets are very much formed by the kind of feedback that we as teachers or as parents give to students. And so, for example, this is a little bit of, I'm not expecting you to read it, it's a little project about comparing two dolphins, but you might see that the kind of feedback that is evaluative, what a fantastic project, you're a very good writer, is actually, okay, that's lovely for a child or a student to hear, but what it encourages is this fixed mindset. You're a good writer, but actually next time you may not be so good, and that means you're not a good writer. So that our feedback needs to be actually focusing on the processes that have gone into the work, and recognition of the persistence and effort there. So here, for example, the information is clearly organized. I can see you've worked hard to find out about the different dolphins. Now that's just a snapshot view of fixed mindsets and growth mindsets, but I actually believe, especially for those of us working with young children, it is fundamental to work on the kind of feedback and praise we give to children and to students to develop these mindsets, and also to have the growth mindset ourselves when it comes to things that we find challenging in our own teaching, for example, implementing new technology. So, moving on in my wheel, I didn't even give you time to guess, because I'm aware of the time here, R for rapport or for relationships. This is just fundamental. It has always been fundamental, and it's not going to go away. That the rapport, the state of mutual responsiveness that you have with your students is crucial for underpinning learning. Somebody yesterday, I think it was Misty, talked about a task, where they asked teachers to remember the teachers they had. And very often it's to do with those relationships. A few years ago, when I was interested in emotional intelligence, I did a survey at a school, a state school in Madrid that I was working at the time. I got the class teacher to administer the survey, not myself. What makes a teacher special for you? And this was actually based on a survey I'd seen done by Michael Berman with adult students. And the children responded to this, and I think it's important for us to listen to the voices of our students about what they believe is important in creating this kind of rapport. And these children, there were 200 of them in a school in Madrid. They were aged 6 to 12. And they said quite clearly they want a teacher who is kind, caring, funny, listens to you, makes you work, tells you off if necessary, but doesn't get angry or shout. And I found it very interesting, the difference between the older children and the younger children in that survey. The older children wanted someone who explains things well, is patient, treats you equally, has no favorites, and doesn't go on and on. So that was really very, very clear. Okay. And I always love that quote. It's in that Veronica de Andrés book. No, it's not her book, sorry, Jane Arnold. Veronica de Andrés wrote the article. Children don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. Okay, so rapport, absolutely vital. And of course, we all have our different teaching personas and go about it in different ways. And one of the things we also need to be able to do is to build up group rapport, because it's one thing to have individual rapport, and it's very important to do that, and particularly often with key characters and personalities in the group who you know might tip things one way or the other if there's not a good relationship there. But group rapport is very important. And there are lots of little techniques for building up group rapport. One, for example, is where students find similarities with each other. So this little activity now, which I could have you running to either side of the room, for health and safety reasons, I'm obviously not going to do that. So we'll just have hands on heads or arms in the air. Okay, and I'm just going to ask you which kind of person you are. So if you're a cat person, hands on heads. If you're a dog person, arms in the air. And then I would just like you to look around, find someone who is similar, and tell each other. Okay, so are you cat or dog? Okay. Let's try another one. Are you tea or coffee? Tea or coffee? And talk to someone. Okay, lovely. One for us as adults. Are you beer or wine? Okay, one more for the teacher educators. Are you teaching children or adults? Okay, fantastic. Fantastic. Okay, so those kind of similarities there. I mean, there are other techniques as well. For example, asking questions to which there are universal answers. Okay, so I want you to shout yes or no. Okay, so are you enjoying TESOL Greece? Yes! Okay, you got it. I don't even need to ask another one. Okay, but that is very bonding. Have you ever tried with children, not just getting people to put up their hands if they know the right answer, but also to put up their hand if they don't? Okay, so I want you to put up your right hand if you know the answer, and your left hand if you don't. Notice the way I automatically, I can't help it, it's in my genes, go to show you which is right and which is left. Okay, which elephant is bigger, Asian or African? You put up your right hand if you know the answer. You put up your left hand if you don't. I want to see all those hands up. Fantastic. Okay, so actually everybody has their hand up in the classroom. Other things, of course, pacing and leading and getting on the same level of your students. I don't know how many of you teach children here or young learners. Could you just have a little wave? Okay. So you know that kind of thing when you come into a class and they're all kind of looping about all over the place. And you come in and from the minute you're in there, you're going, sit down, be quiet, get your books out. You're going against the kind of energy. They've got lots of energy. So why don't you go with their flow and take them where you want them to be? So for example, you might do a little rhyme like this. Can I get you all standing up? Okay, so are you ready? Right. So first, touch your toes. Next, run on the spot. Then stretch your arms and bend a lot. After that, look up. Stretch your arms up high. Imagine you can touch the sky. Finally, relax. Sit down and then sit down and then close your eyes and count to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Good morning, children. Please open your books at page 36. Okay, so one other thing on rapport. We're going to have to go really fast with this. There is actually nothing like synchronicity in moving and breathing in a group to create rapport. And very often we can do this through a song, okay? And a song, so we're just going to try this now with a little bit of singing and movement. And I have to say that because I'm being filmed, obviously for copyright reasons, I can't use a kind of pop song, obviously. So I'm using one of my own songs, but I just want to do it so that you just feel the idea. So this is a song that, for example, you've been doing a unit of work on healthy food and eating like a rainbow. You know, if you eat fruit and vegetables of every color of the rainbow, you will get all the nutrients that you need. Yeah? Okay, so I'd like you all to stand up, please. And obviously we would have done other work on this song. I don't need to play the whole thing. Okay, now this is an opportunity because actually this song has the rhythm of bachata. Do you know bachata? Ah, you do. Okay, so bachata. So let me see your bachata skills. Is 1, 2, 3. Close the drawer with your hip and 1, 2, 3. 1, 3. 1, 2, 3. And you can do a square. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Alternatively, you can do some of the lovely Greek dancing that I've really enjoyed learning. And you just sing, okay? And I also have, but for time's sake, I think perhaps I'm not going to do this because we really are but I have fruit, okay? So that the children, so I'd just like, these people in the front row, would you just like to take a fruit each? No pressure, eh? But just turn towards. Okay, so we'll just do a verse or so to get the idea. Okay, so off we go. Are you ready? Very lovely. Yes.
We eat fruit and vegetables in every season. They're delicious, but it's not the only reason. Fruit and veg have calcium, minerals and fiber too. Fruit and veg have vitamins, and they're good for you.
One more verse.
Some fruit and veg are red, some are purple or blue. Some fruit and veg are orange, some are yellow too. Some fruit and veg are green, and some are white. Fruit and veg keep you healthy, happy and bright. Ooh, 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 ooh. Fruit and veg grow in the summer, autumn, winter and spring. You eat them cooked or raw, on their own or with something. Some fruits have got a stone, some fruits have got seeds, and they have lots of nutrients that your body needs. That your body needs. We eat fruit and vegetables in every season. They're delicious, but it's not the only reason. Fruit and veg have calcium, minerals and fiber too. Fruit and veg have vitamins, and they're good for you. Yeah, they're good for you. Yeah, they're good for you.
Okay. Wonderful. Okay, so group rapport through songs and stories, of course, can have a similar effect. And I think you know, this quotation by Maya Angelou is just so true. They'll forget what you've said, they'll forget what you did, but they won't forget how they made them feel. Okay, that is kind of crucial. Okay, moving on to our next E. There are actually 2 E's in my wheel, and I'm beginning to need to go at super fast pace here. Can you guess what the first one is? Oh, you're so wonderful. I need another space on my wheel, because that is crucial. And I would also say empathy is kind of, it comes under the rapport umbrella, but yes, 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 I agree. Okay, I'm going to put you out of your agony. E refers to engagement. And we heard about engagement yesterday from Jeremy, and we even had a very similar image. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. This is fundamental in our role as teachers, to make our students thirsty for learning. At the end of the day, we can't learn for them. That's not our job. We need to make them thirsty for learning. And engagement is to do with the, what is it to do with? I have this wonderful quote from Mark Burns and Anthony Griffiths. It's to do with the fertile soil that makes learning sustainable. So it's that growth, that kind of flower image, if you like, the blossoming. And we need to have that sustainable. And engagement has a number of crucial ingredients. And we're not going to talk about all of these in a lot of detail, but I think it's important for us to unpack what engagement means. It's one of those words that trips lightly off our tongues as educators, but we need to think what it means. And engagement, we need curiosity. We need to stimulate curiosity, but not just curiosity that has a peak and goes off, that we maintain. Relevance, what's in it for me factor. Why do I need to bother about this? There must be a reason. Goals, are these clear? Are they worthwhile? Are they things that I can relate to? What level of challenge is there? There needs to be a challenge, but is it so difficult that I'm going to give up? Or is it so easy that I'm just going to get bored? Feedback, crucial. And feedback not just at the end of a unit, at the end of a term. Feedback as an ongoing, integral part of the process. Competence, a sense of, I can do this. And obviously behind that sense of I can do this is the teacher systematically building up the skills and strategies that students need to be able to do it. Engagement, to do with having choice. Choice that may be micro choices to do with what exercise I do next, what homework I do, how I do my homework, or more macro choices to do with the curriculum. Enjoyment is important. Of course it is. Enjoyment, humour and fun. But it's not the only thing. And actually students see through us if our lessons are only fun and enjoyment and not about learning. And of course, when we have all of these things, we hopefully lead our students to a state of flow where, you know, the chick sent me high, man, flow, where we have our emotions are positively harnessed to the pursuit of learning. And the other thing that I would add there, which I saw for the first time in John Hattie's book, Visible Learning, and I just thought, oh, good. At last, someone is talking about this in a way that is not kind of cheesy or, you know, there is evidence for passion okay, being an ingredient in getting our children, our learners, our students engaged. That actually you give off that enthusiasm and passion and you get it back. It's mirrored and reflected in the children. So, moving on very fast. S. Anyone? Somebody said it. Oh, stamina. Oh, yes. I'm definitely going to add that to the wheel. Okay, stamina, absolutely. Wonderful. No, S in my wheel refers to support. And the reason I haven't put scaffolding there is that it didn't fit on my PowerPoint. But what I'm really talking about here is scaffolding. Okay, scaffolding, as we know, is the concept from Jerome Bruner to do with building up children's independence in being able to do particular tasks. And in Vygotsky's term, to do with leading them across the zone of proximal development. And scaffolding, what's important about scaffolding is the temporary nature of the construct, the fact that you can take it down or put it up as needed. And also important is Bruner's handover principle. So if you like, it's the teacher continually taking a back seat to enable students to work independently. And it's interesting that this concept, of course, was originally developed in terms of very small children and their first language. But people like Van Leer and Pauline Gibbon have also written about the importance of scaffolding in an English language teaching context. And Van Leer, in particular, talks about 3 levels of scaffolding, going from macro to micro, or global to local. So you have a global level of scaffolding to do with your overarching aims and outcomes, an activity level to do with the way you scaffold individual activities, and a local interactional level. And something that I find very useful, both for teachers when I'm training teachers and also for myself, is the concept of distancing strategies. So the strategies that we use with our students to be able to scaffold them to new levels of independence. Now, this slide I'm not going to go through in detail, but I've just put here 3 examples. You imagine a storytelling activity, drama. Let's just look at the storytelling one. Low level of distancing. What's in the pictures? What colour's the dog? You know, all that kind of low-level questioning. Medium level, actually looking at the relationship between pictures. I'm thinking children here in a story. And the high level, going beyond the story, the kind of hypothesis kind of stage. And actually, if you have that concept of distancing strategies, it can help you not only plan stages of your lesson, but also respond to individual students within your group with a level of distancing that is appropriate for their stage of learning at the time. And as you do this distancing, we're also thinking of that local interactional level of scaffolding that Van Leer talks about. Everything we do, part of those 1,500 decisions, I would say we make every lesson, not every week or whatever it is. You know, the way we recast, get children to repeat, ask again, ask in another way, respond with feedback to the meaning of what a child has said, and so on. And actually, Van Leer says, and I won't read this out, but you can read it there, about the importance of local or interactional scaffolding may actually be the driving force behind good pedagogy, the hallmark of a good teacher. And I think that's really crucial. It's not just, the stages of your lesson. It's everything that you do to bring it alive and bring it together. And concepts like distancing strategies can help us with that. Okay, I is for, we had it yesterday, I think. Okay, no, you've got lovely ideas. It's not really fair because this is a very personalized wheel. I is for impact, okay? And this is very much based on the work of John Hattie, whose work is fantastic. There is criticism, you always have to take any of these people's works with a sort of health warning, but at the same time he does have some very useful messages for us. And one of his strongest is know thy impact. And he uses biblical language to express it. It's so important. And this is to do with the teacher being a receiver of feedback constantly, but not just being a receiver of feedback, but actually acting on it. Okay, so having this kind of obsessional curiosity about what is making the learning work for our individual students and getting the feedback in, the ways that we do give and get feedback. But I would also like to suggest that not just focusing on the content of the curriculum in terms of language structures and vocabulary. And I would suggest, actually, and this is borrowed from, you can't quite see the reference down there, 4H model of life skills, that we need to look at the impact we are having on our learners, not just in terms of head, thinking skills, language knowledge, and so on, but also in terms of heart. No hole in the heart there, by the way. This is a this is a real heart in terms of effective relations and so on. Also in terms of this third H, hands. Hands is to do with how we work together, how we collaborate, how we cooperate, how we respect each other, listen to each other, share things, and so on. And finally, the last one to do with health, and health thinking of areas particularly like self-esteem, maybe anger management, dealing with stress, all these kind of dealing with pressure, all these things that we need to be measuring our impact on as well. So measuring our impact, hugely important. The next one. Any guesses? I love it. Absolutely, love. It's got to be there. Okay, but mine, I'm afraid, is a bit drier. Okay, and it's actually to do with the language of learning. And what I mean by this is actually sharing with our students and giving them the means to talk about their learning, to reflect on it, to understand it, to take ownership of it and be able to talk about it. I find it, I love it, but it's also very empowering when you hear a 6-year-old child say, well, for homework, I'm going to do some research on the Vikings. And it's kind of, okay, that's a trivial example, but actually giving our students the language to talk about their language, to develop their metacognitive awareness. So here, just some examples, random kind of examples, but very often, this is the vocabulary that we ring-fence off for us as teachers, but actually it's highly useful for our students to be able to talk about that as well. Okay, moving on, super fast. Here comes the second E. And the second E is to do with expectations. Expectations, they really are a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you go into a class and you feel you've got a class of no-hopers, you sure will have a class of no-hopers. If you keep your expectations high, the chances are that your students will respond to those expectations. I always think of 5-year-olds, when I teach 5-year-olds, that they're practically ready for university. They're so grown up compared to 3-year-olds. And actually, if you treat them like that, they respond. And keeping expectations high is very important. Our students nearly always know more than we give them credit for. They nearly always can do more than we ask them to do. And they nearly always, those of us especially working with children, have more sensitivity and maturity than we give them credit for as well. So keeping our expectations high is hugely important. As this little poster that I noticed going around on social media recently shows. Okay, so keeping those expectations high. My last thing on the wheel, I've got there, don't worry. Whoever's flashing time signs at me, I'm nearly there. Okay, and the last one is C, and, No. Okay, the last one is C for collaboration. And collaboration in two senses. Actually, these days, you know, in these fast-living technological times that we live in, collaboration with our peers and our colleagues is more important than ever. We can't go on being teachers in our, well, not ivory because that's academic, but our concrete towers. We need to collaborate, and these days we can do it so easily with social media, with our personal learning networks, with lovely events like this conference. We can get together, we can talk to each other, we can help each other, and this collaboration is something that I think, you know, we should build on systematically and look to each other for support and give support as well. And collaboration, of course, is also to do with the kind of relationships and empathy that we set up with our students in the classroom. Actually making a collaborative atmosphere. It's inclusive. This is our classroom. We do things together. It's not I'm the teacher, I want you to do this. This is us on a joint venture, and showing through your behavior, through your feedback, through the way you value your students' efforts, that working collaboratively and working together is part of it. Of course, not the whole time. Of course, there are opportunities for individual work as well, but collaboration is key. Okay, so there you have my wheel. And being a primary teacher, I've of course made my wheel, okay? And I would actually recommend, you know, any of you who are teacher educators working with trainees, get them to make their own wheel, to think about the ingredients that are fundamental and crucial for them. And I'd like you to do that as well. Over the coffee break, we can have a chat afterwards. What would you add to this wheel? What would you take away from it? What are things that are particularly to do with the Greek context, which I don't know about, which I may have overlooked, and which would be super important for you here? So a very quick recap. Can you remember what they are? This one. A bit, come on, a bit loud. Rapport! Okay, right, okay. Fantastic, 100% tick. Okay, you've really got it. Okay, lovely. And actually, as I said at the beginning of this wheel, this is not academic research. This is grounded research, if you like, through my own experience, reading, life as a teacher, if you like. And I would just like to end with this little quotation from Van Leer, which I think is so important. Intangibles are often more influential than tangibles. Okay, if you can't see it, that doesn't mean it isn't there. If you can't count it, that doesn't mean it doesn't count. And you know something, we talked about this in relation to testing, that testing very often measures things that are ultimately not that important in a child's development and growth. Similarly, I mean, I love reading about academic research, don't get me wrong, but very often research, because of the empirical way that it needs to be done, maybe focuses on things that are actually not at that real heart of what it is that really matters when we're working with a group of students, no matter whether they're 3-year-olds or 93-year-olds or well, 93, I've never taught 93-year-olds, but anyway, anywhere else in between, business students, teachers, whatever. So, I hope it's given you food for thought, healthy, nutritional, organic thought, and thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol, from the microphone as well. And Elena Baltuna for the British Council is here to share a few words with us. Thank you, Elena.
Hi, Elena. Okay. Shall I go and sit down?
Hello, everybody. First of all, thank you, Carol, for this very, very inspirational presentation. That was honestly a lot of food for thought. I think that, as Carol mentioned, it's really important to go into this growth mindset, not only professionally, but personally. I think this is something always that it's really needed to, in order to move forwards and to make new things and make progress. We are very happy for this presentation, and thank you very much, Carol, again. And British Council always wants to support TESOL Greece initiatives. Thank you very much.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, so I know that we are running a little bit late, so the next presentations are going to start at 11:40. Okay, so off we go. Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed lunch and you are feeling refreshed now and relaxed, because we are yet to another plenary session, our final one for the convention. But last but not least, we will have the chance to hear Alan Malley. Alan Malley will speak to us about educational revolution and if it is an oxymoron or not. He has an extensive career. I couldn't possibly fit in 5 minutes or so. So I will just stick to the fact that he's a very interesting person to talk to. You can learn a lot by hanging out with him. He has taught me already in 2 days that I know him so many things, and I thank him for that. He has published extensively so many books and guides for us teachers, and he was also series editor for the Oxford Resource Books for Teachers for over 20 years. A past president of TESOL, Elton's Lifetime Achievement Award in 2012, so many wonderful things, but I don't want to take up his time. Let us all wonder if educational revolution is an oxymoron or not. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Alan Malley, who is co-sponsored by Oxford University Press and CELT Athens.
Thank you, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. It is afternoon, isn't it? Yes. Even though it's only just after lunch. I can't see you terribly well because this light's shining in my face, but first of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me. Susanna and all her colleagues have been very kind and hospitable, and I'm most appreciative of that. And it's been nice to be back in Athens after very many years, actually. I'd also like to thank the sponsors, and I'd also like to thank you for coming. I hope you won't regret it too much. I usually start my talks with a poem or a story, and today I'm going to start with a poem, and I'm going to finish with a poem as well, if I remember. You never know. Somebody said yesterday that we should be the students of our students. I don't remember who it was now, but this is a poem by a Malaysian teacher, and it's called My Clever Pupils. My teaching is dull today. I can see dullness being powdered onto the faces of my pupils, making them turn to one another, trying to find a more active lesson. They always expect their Malay teacher to provide them interesting lessons about broken promises that have neglected them, about the ignorance enveloping their language, about the disappointments killing their parents, thinking that I am an antidote to ignorance. But experiences have not made me any cleverer, for they are nothing but reconfirmations of past inabilities and past mistakes. To break from the nausea that is monotony, we sometimes laugh, make jokes about one another. We play, trying to outdo one another. We become silly, trying to show that mistakes must be made before one can become clever. But I still have not been able to make them realize that the pursuit of genuine education knows no holidays, only rests contemporarily impede language. I've also told them that education is a cat that follows us from birthdays to death days. A bright and precocious girl questioned me about what to call a woman whose husband is dead. I said, widow. Somebody unattentive said window. A learning laughter was heard. I hope they become what they want to become, as long as they are not thieves, robbers, and Philistines, as long as their coming manhood and womanhood do not become the fuel for the technological fire burning us, making us useless, and spent kayu bakao. I know they wish me well too, but none knows that teaching them is an extension of the deferred education which I have always been seeking. I do not know what they and I will become because the premature answers are well hidden in the disappointing amenities afforded us. When I'm about to die, I could bang my chest once and only once. I could say to myself, an auto boast, I was their teacher and their pupil. Oh, by the way, what I haven't put on here is that I'm an ambassador for, what is it? Yes, TESOL, yes. There's also a mistake, I'm sorry, in the web reference there. It's the creativitygroup.weebly.com, okay? So you need to put Weebly in between. I don't know what Weebly is, but anyway. Makes me feel a bit creepy, Weebly, you know. Weebly and wobbly. Okay, that's the overview. I'm sorry, my slides are a bit minimalist, you know, compared with the ones you've seen. Okay, what's education? What is revolution? I want to look at some past educational shifts in education, in language teaching. And then I want to look at some would-be language teaching revolutions, things which have supposedly been revolutionary or had the aspiration to be. And I want to look at some more general revolutions in education and what happened to them. And then I want to look at why education doesn't sit very easily with revolution. And if I have time, I'll look at some possible radical future scenarios and the realistic future. Okay, this is just to remind you then, what is education? I mean, this is oversimplifying, of course, overgeneralizing, but in my view, there are at least two main views of education. This is the one I call education as instruction, where it is very directive, the inputs are prescribed and controlled quite closely through syllabuses and all the rest of the paraphernalia of the curriculum. Input is supposed to lead to a given output, a predicted output. We put this in and this comes out. The emphasis is on the language system, and the main thing in this view of education, the instructional view, is to actually teach the subject matter, which is language, and the focus is on the techniques of how you do this, and there is a very heavy emphasis on assessment. So that's one view of education, language education. I call this one education as ecology, which is, again, I'm saying this is a very oversimplified view, but it's responsive rather than directive. The input leads to an unpredictable intake. In other words, you teach something, but you're not sure what people learn. You're not sure what will come out at the other end. But because it's a responsive system, you will deal with whatever it is when it comes out. The input then is flexible because it depends partly on what comes out of the students as you go along. The emphasis is on language use rather than on the system. You're teaching the person rather than the subject. So we're not, I don't teach language, I teach students, in this view. And the focus is on presence. That means the people being present to each other in the room. The teacher is present to the students, and the students are present to each other and to the teacher. And the emphasis is not on assessment, it's on learning. We had all this yesterday, part of it anyway, in the panel discussion, yeah? So it's just a reminder of these two possible ways of looking at language education. And I think you can think of instances where probably you encounter both these kinds of approach. And this is just a reminder about what revolution is. So revolution is supposed to involve sudden, rapid, and total change. It tends to replace one orthodoxy with another one, both politically and in education. There is an intolerance of alternative ideologies. You know, revolution is not very tolerant of the previous regime, whatever it was. And it involves a rejection of anything which doesn't really fit into the current or the new paradigm or the new ideology. And of course, revolutions are nearly always idealistic, but their results are not always idealistic correspondingly. Human suffering, disruption, dogmatism, and rather limited change in the long run. It's not long before revolutions start to become something else, usually. It's difficult to maintain the purity of the original ideological change. I'm just thinking maybe one exception to this, up to very recently, was what Jeremy was talking about yesterday, in Cuba, for example, where, you know, because Fidel was very much in power for a long time, he was able to keep things more or less on an even keel, but that too is changing now. Okay. Just to remind ourselves of some of the things that have happened in our business over the years. Are you all familiar with the reform movement? The reform movement, which started up in the final years of the 19th century. There was a key paper in German called Der Sprachunterricht muss umkehren. Ja? Okay. All right. The teaching of languages must turn a corner, must change round, must reverse itself. Okay, there must be a sweeping change. And there were people like Henry Sweet involved in that. Has anyone heard of Henry Sweet? Henry Sweet. Okay, Henry Sweet was the prototype for Henry Higgins, was it? Yes, in My Fair Lady, yeah. He was a great phonetician, apparently, but he also wrote on other language matters. The idea was that you know, language teaching at that time was stuck in the rut of a grammar translation kind of approach to language, learning things by rote, all sorts of, based on translation a lot, not very interesting, and so on and so forth. And they were trying to move language education in the direction of a more oral and a more interesting use of texts, actually. There's a lot of text and a lot less grammar than before, although still quite a lot. Does anyone remember behaviorism and audiolingualism, apart from Jeremy and me? Okay. This was kind of, you know, after the Second World War, this became very much the orthodoxy. You know, that you had to, everything had to be audio, I mean, it had to be lingual, audiolingual. It wasn't based on text, it was based on spoken language. Lots and lots of drills and practice until it became second nature to you. any number of, I remember administering some of these drills. It makes me blush now. Luckily I have a beard, so you can't tell, but, and of course it was linked with behaviorism, the idea that, you know, you could condition people in some way by extensive repetition of data and so on into learning something. The Skinner stuff. And of course, Skinner was dethroned, more or less, or defrocked, perhaps not, I don't know. When was it? 1957, was it? With Chomsky's scathing review of Skinner. The communicative approach, now probably most of you were brought up in this, were you? Because, I mean, the older people among us remember, or perhaps they don't remember, but they ought to remember, that it was not, things were not always like that. And so the communicative approach, which came about in a variety of ways, partly through people getting interested in linguistic philosophy, Austin and people like that, and Searle, speech act theory, partly through the work of people like Wilkins in Reading, pointing out that, you know, language was not just system, it was use. So we moved away from a kind of system-based approach to language to a use base. Essentially, that's what the communicative approach was about. Naturally enough, it was a bit messy, and it took a bit of time. But through the efforts of many of the earlier textbook writers, people like Robert O'Neill and Brian Abbs and people like that, it became a bit more clearly articulated and came into, of course, through the publishers, came into very wide use. Of course, the way that people interpret a new idea is not the same. So a lot of people thought that they were doing communicative, but actually they were still stuck in the earlier paradigm. Because you can stick labels on bottles and the contents don't necessarily change. But the communicative approach, I guess, is still with us. Humanistic language teaching kind of overlapped with communicative language, the communicative approach. The idea being that we should give a greater concern to the person in language learning and not so much to the language, or at least equally with the language. And you probably will remember books like Caring and Sharing. Do you remember Caring and Sharing? Gertrude Moskowitz's book. A lot of the books that, for example, Mario Involucri brought out, and I guess some that I brought out too, kind of subscribe to this idea that we should be much more concerned about the affective side of language learning. Okay, now these are not all the movements that have taken place. My point in reminding you of this is that none of them completely revolutionized the practice of language teaching. There are bits and pieces of them stuck in many classrooms. You know, we've adapted selectively a lot of these things. So, I mean, some of the tenets of the reform movement are still with us. Some of the tenets of audiolingualism are still with us. Go and have a look at some of the textbooks outside. The communicative approach is the current kind of orthodoxy, if there is one, with its cousin task-based learning. And humanistic language ideas are around. But, you know, it's not as though any of these things changed everything all at once in a revolutionary manner. Although there were some very fervent, proponents of some of these. Here are some of the would-be language revolutions with truly revolutionary ideas. L'audiovisuel, ça vous dit quelque chose? No? Does anyone remember l'audiovisuel? It was a big deal in the 1950s, 60s, kind of. Guberina Filipovic in Zagreb, actually, mainly concerned with the teaching of French. And when I was working in Paris, I worked in Paris in the 70s actually, there would be teachers who would say, moi, je suis audiovisualiste, you know. It was actually like a cult almost, you know. And of course, it was all based on the idea that you could convey meaning through pictures. And there were, you know, books and books of this, you know, and utterances were tied very tightly to the corresponding pictures. And it was very much a thing for a time. And even in England, it took root in some of the Nuffield materials, for instance, Nuffield project back in the 60s and so on. The silent way. You all know the silent way? Oh, yes. Do I need to say any more about the silent way? Caleb Gattegno? Yeah. Okay, a minimalist approach, a revolutionary approach, after all. You know, what are we doing? Teachers talk. He doesn't want them to talk very much. He wants the students to make their own inner criteria. You know, remember all the jargon associated with it. And some very, very interesting and key ideas there. But it didn't sweep the world. It was, I mean, you can still find instances of the silent way being used, and some of the elements of the silent way have found their way into general practice. So we respect silence a little bit more than we used to, perhaps. Suggestopedia, everyone knows about that. Lozanov in Bulgaria. Hugely long texts, weird ways of reading them, lying about in armchairs and with dim lights and Baroque music and all the rest of it, okay? Again, a very revolutionary approach, and it made some very, very strong claims, particularly as to vocabulary acquisition. Very difficult to do it, though. You know, who's going to furnish all these classrooms, you know, with nice armchairs and all the rest of it? Okay. Community language learning, yes. Father Curran over there in Apple River or wherever it was. Rather religiously, a kind of religious background to this, because you kind of aimed for redemption, I believe, at one point in this. Yeah. I'm not mocking it, because it was actually a very powerful idea, is that the syllabus doesn't come from the teacher, the syllabus comes from the learners. The learners decide what they want to say, and they tell the knower, actually, not the teacher, and the knower tells them. And then they repeat it and so on. You know what happens, okay. Now that was, you know, all three of those were pretty revolutionary things. Total physical response, well, but Asher and Krashen too, to some extent, and Tracy Terrell and people like that, the idea that you don't ask students to speak for quite a long time. You do a lot of things which are based on physical movement, on instructions from the teacher, and so on. This was also quite tempting and attractive for a time. And elements of it have found their way into our practice too. And the lexical approach I won't say very much about, because I'm not sure I know what it is, but what was his name? Lewis. Lewis? What was his first name? Michael, that's right, Michael Lewis, yeah. It's okay, you have to forgive my memory. Yes, the idea that we're barking up the wrong tree when we emphasize grammar, because the most important thing is vocabulary. And not only vocabulary, but the way that vocabulary is systematically, going back to Misty, I don't know where she is, Misty's talk, it's systematic. There's a lot more to vocabulary than meets the eye. The idea of collocations, which were coming in, chunks, and all the rest of it, which came along with the, with the corpora that were then being investigated. A very interesting, and again, I think parts of that have been incorporated. But the point I'm making here is that none of these things have been wholesale adopted. We have taken what we were interested in, or what was practicable, or what appealed to us. And so you will find elements of some of these in most classrooms now. They've had an effect, but it wasn't a revolution. Okay? This is going to general education. And I'm going to zip through these very fast because for obvious reasons. A.S. Neil, is it familiar to anyone? A.S. Neil? Summerhill. Summerhill. Belief in the basic goodness of the child. No? No need for discipline, or not very much. Allowing freedom and respecting the rights of other people. This whole kind of concept of what education should be, exemplified in his school at, what did we say it was called? Okay, Summerhill. I'm not going to go, okay, whoops, sorry. What happened to Summerhill? Is it still going? No. It fell apart eventually. Okay. Sylvia Ashton Warner worked in New Zealand in a rural primary school where she had a kind of a revolutionary approach to primary education, focusing on what the children themselves felt was important. She kind of they brought the words that they had at home, they brought them to school, and they became their words. She was a very inspirational teacher with some pretty extraordinary ideas too, always starting from where the child is. No need to plan lessons. Discipline looks after itself, provided everyone's engaged. The atmosphere, the right atmosphere, is the key to learning, okay? No. I just put this on because I like the last bit. Mrs. Henderson, I'm sick of writing. Well, go and write, I'm sick of writing. That kind of sums up her, she was able to, use things to her advantage, turn things to her advantage. A very inspirational person, but she was thrown out of the school eventually, and I think she came back to England and wrote novels instead. There's the man that everyone quotes, nobody's read, and I know I'm exaggerating, sorry, but a lot of people quote him, most people misspell his name. But obviously a very influential figure, particularly in Latin America. We heard about Augusto Boal this morning, street theater and so on, based on the work of Freire. Freire's main work was with the poorest communities in Brazil, and obviously clearly a kind of Marxist approach to education, where education could be an agent of change, radical change, and where the education depended on what the the learners brought, not on what was imposed. So it was a dialogic kind of education. Yeah, never mind. Okay. What's happened to Freire? Well, he's dead. That's one thing that's happened. And he is famous. And as I said, or quoted in any number of articles, and if I see his name again in a PhD thesis, I'll scream. But what has actually happened? You know, to what extent have his ideas been taken up as a revolution in Brazil? Well, there are still pockets of, you know, activity, but it hasn't been a revolution, unfortunately. They could do with one. Nobody's heard of David Horsburgh, except I mentioned his name yesterday. A real pioneer in India, in the state of Andhra Pradesh, which is a very poor, very dry, very arid state. And he opened a school there. He was British, but he settled in India, opened a school with his wife there. They did everything themselves. They grew all their own food. They drilled their own wells. And they opened the school to anyone in the local community who wanted to attend. And that meant anyone, including parents, including even grandparents. If they wanted to come, they came. So the classes were structured vertically. So in the same class, you'd have people of different ages, for instance. No ability streaming, nothing of that. You know, he didn't believe in those kinds of things. Okay? You have to start from where they are. Lots of artistic stuff. He was a great drama guy, but he was also a guy who taught the girls motor mechanics, and he taught the boys embroidery. Okay, in India, okay, traditional area. In other words, he was offering them a very practical, hands-on, reality-based education. No competition, no rewards, and no tests. He hated tests, actually hated them viscerally. Unfortunately, he died the week before I went to India to live, so I never met him, though I only met his wife and his son. The school went on a little bit. He ran it for about 12 years. It was a school called Neil Bagh. He ran it for about 12 years, and gradually, as happens in India, is there any Indians here? No, are you filming this? No, there is a story about Indian crabs. You know, a man was loading crabs onto the ship, you know, in baskets. There are no lids on the basket. Just put the crabs in. So the man said, well, aren't you going to put a lid on once they get out? He said, no, they are Indian crabs. So once you start to do well, someone will pull you back down, okay? And that's what happened to his school, and it was wound up eventually, unfortunately. It was sold on to another school. He didn't write any books. But these two articles are actually very, very interesting, give you a full rundown on what he was about. Can I take them off? Okay. So David Horsburgh, very, very revolutionary in that sense, going against virtually all the tenets of accepted traditional education. He advertised for teachers for his school, and one of the things that he put in the advertisement was, no training, please. I do not want trained teachers. Because he said if he got trained teachers, he would have to retrain them to be less interventionist. Okay? John Holt? Anyone remember John Holt? How Children Fail, one of his most famous books. That's basically what he believed. But children are already motivated to learn. You don't have to create motivation. What you have to do is to let them do it. And what gets in the way of it are all the things that we believe in or put up with. Believe that schools are full of fear, confusion, and boredom. I like the first of those two quotes. You can read it for yourself. So again, a rather revolutionary thinker. He was really behind the whole homeschool movement in the States, which has had a certain amount of success, but it wasn't a revolution. You know, again, it was partially taken up by certain people and not by others. Yeah, I like the first quote there as well. All right. Dorothy Heathcote. Yes? How many people don't know about Dorothy Heathcote? Put your hand up. Okay, I'll tell you then. Dorothy Heathcote didn't go to university. She was a mill. She worked in a cotton mill or woolen mill in Yorkshire. She was noticed by her employer, who paid for her to go to a teacher training college. And there she worked out her own approach to learning, which was based completely and utterly on drama. Luke, hooray, all right? Drama should be at the heart of education, she believed. And she's not talking about drama in education, she's talking about drama as education. So the whole shooting match is about drama. Trusting the children. I mean, they find the topics that they're going to work on together. And she then trusts the people who are given roles to find out who they are in that role. So she has a thing called the mantle of the expert, which means that she handed over, okay, you are the managing director, find out about that. Or you are the sea captain, you find about that in the 18th century. And they go away and find out. And then they act it out in their own way. And it's not for performance. It's not for an audience. The performance is for them, not for an audience. Okay. So she's also rather interesting. But needless to say, drama in education became quite fashionable in Britain anyway for a time, but now it's kind of got squeezed out because there are more important things like, you know, doing maths and doing tests and doing all those other things. Ken Robinson, does everyone know Ken? Ken Robinson, yes? Sir Ken Robinson? He's going against the stream again, saying, you know, actually education should be more diverse, not more uniform. It should foster curiosity through creative teaching. And it should put less emphasis on standardized testing. I mean, these are some of his key beliefs. He's still alive, I think. Well, how do you know? Huh? How do you know? Have you just checked him up? Huh? Okay. No, he's still alive as far as I know. Yeah. The highest form of intelligence is thinking creatively. Read his book. The Element it's a nice book to read anyway, very interesting and very accessible. The future for education is not in standardizing, but in customizing. Not on promoting groupthink and de-individuation, but in cultivating the real depth and dynamism of all human abilities. if you want to see his TED talk, which is I think I'm right, you're the man, Jeremy. It's the most viewed TED talk ever of all time, isn't it? Yeah. It's a very good, it's worth having a look at, you know. He says some very interesting things. Don't worry about the other one. It's okay. If you just do TED talks and Robinson, it will come up, okay? So these are the kinds of things they believed in, these revolutionary educational thinkers. You start from where the learner is, you let learning develop organically rather than according to a predetermined plan. You don't teach, you allow learning to happen. You learn your learners, and they learn you, not just the things you teach. Keep the curriculum broad, no tests or exams, vertically structured classes, no punishments, no rewards, encouragement. There's a lot of writing about, you know, the use of praise. And many people would say that actually praise is a negative thing to do for various reasons I can't go into now. Whole body learning, importance of the aesthetic dimension again, and the teacher as a person. It's okay, I know I've only got 10 minutes left. As a person rather than as a technician, okay? Anyway, I'm going to take some more time, just like Jeremy did yesterday. These are, in summary, the great educators are saying that, I'm not going to recite them for you, public education does that. If you don't agree with me, it's okay. But at least think about it. So there is a big mismatch between what these revolutionary thinkers and doers were about and what institutionalized education is about. They're at variance with those of most educational authorities. If we go on like this, we're condemning future generations to failure, or at least some of them. And we need to create a groundswell of opinion which will favor change, not necessarily universal change or revolutionary change, but change in that direction. So coming to the oxymoron bit, education doesn't sit easily with revolution. You know, they're not somehow very comfortable bed company. The reasons are because institutions, as I just suggested, are deeply suspicious of anything that looks as if it might rock the boat. Okay? It threatens control, or the illusion of control, because control is an illusion. You may think you're controlling people, but actually you're not. I worked in China for nearly 5 years. This was just after the Cultural Revolution. 10 years, the whole of Chinese society have been subjected to a kind of dumbing down of everything. Things were repressed and so on. No sooner it was over and Deng Xiaoping came along, the little bottle, came along, and what happened? People started to dig up their violins, find the books that they'd hidden somewhere in the house, and began to learn foreign languages or speak foreign languages again, began to want to talk to foreigners again, and all of those things. The whole of those 10 years are actually just wasted, a waste of time, because you can't do that. I don't know about North Korea, though. What are schools for? You know, I mean, this links with this. They're really for 4 things. Custodial care, you know, keeping them off the streets. Social conformity, making sure they don't rock the boat. sorting kids into categories so that they know whether they're a failure or a success early on, the earlier the better. And education, kind of pour forth. And that even in education, you've got those two views of education that I started with. Are we teaching them or are we helping them to learn? So that's one reason why revolution and education don't sit happily together, is because of institutional constraints. The other one is, and this is a positive thing that I'm saying, because teachers, what teachers need to do doesn't change. You know? Think about Carol's talk this morning, okay? Those kinds of things don't change. You know, what they need to do, they need to provide accurate, appropriate, accessible, and interesting input for the students to work with, okay? They need to offer motivating opportunities to use the language, to give helpful feedback and support. Don't forget support this morning, very important, scaffolding and all that. They need to set goals and evaluate not necessarily by test, but to evaluate outcomes. And they need to create an atmosphere which is conducive to learning. Now, those things don't change. Doesn't matter what kind of an approach you have, you need to do those things as a teacher. And that's why I think the revolutionary notion is unlikely ever to permeate education completely. So what I'm saying here is, oh no, I'm not going to do that one because I don't have time. Change. Let's talk about change rather than revolution. It's unavoidable. So we better embrace it rather than resist it. And do with it what we want to do rather than let it do with us what it wants to do. Change can be gradual, incremental. Small changes can have big effects. Chaos theory, don't forget, right? Go and read your Gleich. Change can be partial. Don't have to have completely sweeping change. It can coexist with the status quo. You know, you can have lots of different things going on. It doesn't all have to be the same. Small changes can have disproportionate results. And the last one here I'd like you to think about, revolutions can actually be personal in education or on a small scale. You know, I think I mentioned yesterday when I was learning French, I had this breakthrough in French. A new world opened. A window on the world opened for me through French, aged 12. And I never looked back. Changed me forever. That's a revolution, but it's a personal revolution. And maybe if you can bring about some personal revolutions among your learners, you're doing a pretty good job. They can also be small-scale things. You can do things perhaps as part of your work, which are revolutionary in a sense. You know, you can find a bit of time in your normal classes to do things which are, in a sense, revolutionary, but you wouldn't be allowed to do them all the time. So I'm suggesting that a realistic future, then, we'd be doing better what we already do. That might be better. You know, we know what we have to do, those things that I said teachers have to do all the time anyway. Let's do them better. That may mean doing them differently, or it may mean doing them the same, but with more conviction. Offering more effective personalized learning, enlisting, engaging the students, the learners, in more effective ways. Appropriate use of technology. I am not going to talk about technology, obviously, but one of the problems of technology, problems or issues, I think, is that it tends to be subject to the new toy effect. You know, the new toy effect? So, it's a new something, a new gizmo, a new gadget. Let's use that. Lovely. Okay. And for a time, that motivates people. But then they realize that maybe it wasn't all that they thought it was going to be. So I would, go back to Claire Cramsch and her ideas about appropriate technology, where we ask the right questions. Here's a pedagogical problem or issue. What technology can I bring to that will help me? Now, the question that people tend to ask is, here's a nice new piece of equipment, what shall we do with it? And the world is literally littered, for example, with the rusting hulks of language laboratories and all sorts of other things that we've forgotten all about. More effective teacher training and teacher development. I think the focus in teacher training on the whole, and I'm speaking mainly out of ignorance as usual, but is on the techniques of being a teacher. Whereas I think the emphasis needs to be on the other side, which is how can I be as a teacher? How can I be a more effective teacher in terms of relationships, all the things that Carol was talking about this morning? The reference here is to Adrian Underhill, what he calls the dark matter of teaching, because what happens in classrooms is largely dark matter. You cannot observe everything that goes on in the classroom. You don't know everything that's going on. There are a lot of things going on that you can't observe, but you have to deal with, and they are unpredictable. So how can we build into teacher training and teacher development ways of making teachers better prepared to deal with things that you cannot be prepared for? I call it preparedness rather than preparation. And the last one there, bringing a creative and more aesthetic dimension to language learning. Getting inside the more beautiful aspects of life, as well as other things. Oh, that's me done. No, it's not. Okay. I have remembered so I'm going to read you a poem to finish with. The marbles are not yet corrupted completely. This is a poem and was written by a Burmese student. And he just, at the end of a creative writing course that I was running, he hadn't been asked to do this. He just wrote a poem. And at the end of it, he said, "Oh, sir, here is a poem for you." And it's just called To a Teacher. Sometimes behind. Not to pull us back, but to catch us when we fall back. Sometimes in front. Not to drag us along, but to clear the way for us. Sometimes by the side. Not to nag us, but for us to lean on. Sometimes above, not to suppress, but to protect. Sometimes below, not to pull us down and make us fall, but to lift us high upon the pedestal. Always, always in our hearts. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. Okay, thank you. Okay. Are you up on?
Let us all
no,
thank
you're-
Alan
okay,
for this
go on, okay.
great talk and inspirational talk.
There you go.
Alan Maley is our first honored James E. Alatis plenary speaker. Please, a big clap for that. And for those that you might not know, who the late James E. Elatis was. He was a Greek-American linguistics professor at Georgetown University, and he was a great supporter of TESOL Greece from its inception. Last year, we established this honorary plenary and in Dr. Elatis' memory, and Alan was the first one to actually honor us with that. Thank you, Alan.
Thank you.
Alan, as I said, is co-sponsored by OUP and CELT, so please.
Γεια σας και από μένα. Ένα μεγάλο ευχαριστώ για την πρωτοβουλία να καλέσετε τον κύριο Μάλεϊ. Alan, it's been a pleasure and an honor. Θέλουμε να στηρίζουμε τέτοιες πρωτοβουλίες. Αυτοί οι άνθρωποι δεν είναι διαθέσιμοι κάθε μέρα. Ένα πολύ μεγάλο ευχαριστώ. Σκοπεύουμε να το συνεχίσουμε. Ελπίζω να το απολαύσατε κι εσείς. Δεν έχω κάτι άλλο. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Καλή συνέχεια.
And from CELT Athens.
Thank you very much, Alan, for coming to Athens, for enriching the conference, and for making us a lot wiser, not just about English language teaching, but about education, which I think we all feel the need for, to broaden our experience and to learn more about to be more effective teachers. We are very happy to have contributed to your coming here. And I'm very glad it was you that accepted the first invitation for the James Elatis talk. Thank you very much.
Alan, thank you once again. For those that you might not know, because we were in the plenary session, the results of the elections are out and they are on the registration, if you would like to have a look. For the new board to be actually met up in room 404. You will see that also in the program, please, at 6 o'clock. Thank you. Let's go back to more professional presentations. At 6:15, the new board meets. Thank you.
What kind of microphone you prefer? Handheld, headset, or here?
This one will do. Okay.
Great.
Oh no, this one. I don't know.
Okay, it will take some time.
Yeah. Will it? We don't want it.
1 minute.
Okay.
But,
Two.
okay, it doesn't have to be even.
One,
If
two,
you
one, two.
need,
Yeah, what do you want to do?
just over the ears, off ears.
Yeah, okay. That's good.
More.
Okay.
Excellent.
All right.
Great. And this we can hide.
Hi, is it on?
It's mute.
It's on. How do you unmute it?
Oh,
Like this?
no.
You're going to do it.
I will. You can signal it if you want when you start. Okay. Should I show this? Should I put it?
Yeah.
Okay. Check this.
And you'll be there to adjust the volume, right?
Okay. This one will take.
Okay.